1, 2, 3. All right, this should fix it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, I think I have audio now. Let's see if I can hear myself. 1, 2, 3. All right, this should fix it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, great. That template is pretty cool, huh? Okay. So yeah, today I'm doing some data analysis. I'm working on a research paper. This paper will be publishable. It's on a publishable topic, and even if the first draft isn't of publishable quality, people will yell at me and tell me to fix things, and I will fix them. And one day it will be publishable. So, write a publishable academic paper. It's going to be based on an original set of data, an original data set. And how do I know this is publishable? Well, by the way, because it's in direct connection with the paper I already published. So I am a published academic author. I'm also a PhD student. I don't have the PhD yet, but I have been published already. So applied economics letters, let's see, this is me, recently accepted, preliminary attitudinal trends in alternative post-secondary learning. So this is preliminary attitudinal trends. This is a short paper, and it's kind of a quick analysis of an original data set that I constructed. So I have extended that data set to include coronavirus information and personality information. And I will be using that extended in greater than 1190. I think it's like a couple hundred more. We'll see shortly. So that extended data set, I'm going to eventually make 2 more papers out of it. For the scope of this paper, I'll just be looking at personality. Even though the coronavirus is like really hot right now and there's a bunch of call for papers, I want to get a little bit more data, probably run one more round via Mechanical Turk. So that's where I've been getting my data recently. In this preliminary paper, you can read about why I use Mechanical Turk. So I used several sources: Mechanical Turk, SurveyMonkey, word of mouth, Reddit, like a whole bunch of sources, Twitter. And then I checked something called collector in SurveyMonkey. So basically, are there statistical differences based on where I got these samples from? And so now I'm showing you my source data. These are all the different versions of the surveys that I ran. Collect responses. So these are called collectors, survey collectors, and they have a collector ID in the data set, and you can test them. So I can tell you if target audience 2 here, which is a SurveyMonkey paid audience, I can tell you if these 114 responses responded in a systematically different way after correction for all my other variables compared to the other audiences. And the answer is that collector effects are insignificant. Now, if you don't have a bunch of correction variables, your collector variables, your differences will be significant. But I have so many correction variables in my data set, it's crazy. So like, this is the old data set. There's going to be some new columns when we're done. But like I'm correcting for so much stuff that there's no, those are empty columns. So yeah, this is going to be something we're fixing today. Like gender, income, age, education, ethnicity, so much stuff that by the time you correct for all of that, there's only an insignificant amount of unexplained variation, which can be attributed to collectors. And so, because collector effects are insignificant among the group of collectors that I tried, I am free to use pretty much any of them because they're all statistically equivalent. And Mechanical Turk is one such collector, and it's a way to get like quick responses, high volume of responses, and relatively cheap. So that's why I prefer Mechanical Turk. It's actually cheaper than SurveyMonkey paid audiences for most cases. It varies like by how many questions you have and stuff, but I have a bunch of questions. So when you have a bunch of questions, then Mechanical Turk is cheaper. So that's some background on the data. There's a lot more detailed data in here in terms of like describing the data. And then if you actually just want the data set and you don't necessarily care about the description, you can go to Google, good old Google. data set search. Go over here, and I think you can search my name. Yeah, so this is the data set. Here's the unique identifier. It's through Mendeley. I hope I'm saying that right. And you could also go to, boom, my GitHub. Okay, wow, that blows. Maybe don't go there. So that needs to be updated. I think I got rid of that folder name. Yeah, wow. I need to update that. Okay. How do I edit you? I don't know. Okay. Note to self, edit that. Okay. Anyway, so this is the version 1 of the data that was used in this paper, but we'll be making a version 2. And that's kind of where this data wrangling comes in. So here is my local Git folder. And this is connected to GitHub. Let's see, papers, alt-ed survey. This will be alt-ed COVID grit ocean. Ocean is for big 5, openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, neuroticism. So as I said, this is pretty much the old data set plus personality and coronavirus information. I just added some more questions to my survey. And 2 days ago. So you can see this is what I've been working on. So I've done a bit of work here already. VS Code, here's wrangler.ts, which is a TypeScript file, and it is based on wrangler.js, which is an old JavaScript like wrangling script. So what do we mean by wrangling? So I get in the SurveyMonkey data, and it is denormalized, and so I cannot use it in Stata over here. Boom. I cannot use it in Stata over here until I normalize the data. So like in the some surveys have questions that other surveys don't have. So this is an unbalanced panel design. And that's actually totally okay. You just need to know what you're dealing with. So this is an unbalanced panel. I'm not asking the same people the same things over time. I'm asking mostly different people sometimes the same things over time. So let me show you some of the questions in my survey. So back over here to SurveyMonkey. And by the way, how would I get my data? I would go over here to like after the survey is done, close the collector, go over here, save as, export file, all response data. I pick CSV. I pick original view. I pick condensed. And I pick numerical value. And then you can name it whatever you want. Anyway, I'm going to cancel that. I already have the data over here. So you can see that I have named them SOAC, which is Survey on Alternative Credentials. And so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So obviously that's not by collector. I collapse collectors by actual survey. A survey referring to a set of questions, which can be administered at multiple windows of time. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So these are the 6 surveys, and they were administered at different periods of time and through different collectors, etc. That's all reflected interior to these data files. But the data files themselves, those are what they're representing. Okay. And then I have the date after. So you can see I've been surveying back since 2018. And most recently, is that this month or? Yeah, I think earlier this month. And as I said, I'd like to get one more round in before my next paper, but I'm good to go on this paper. This paper is going to focus on the effect of personality. And so, like, most of this panel doesn't even matter, actually. I could really just take this one. But the data wrangling work will be recyclable and reusable for my next paper. And that is something a lot of my viewers are interested in, is like programming and data wrangling. So you can see these are the original source files, and then I have a let's see, package.json. So this is technically a Node project. I wanted to use Dino. I've been playing with Dino. It's really great. It's way better. It will take over the world. Let's see. I have a Dino utility tech to text. If you want to see any of my Dino work, this is still with 041. So Dino 1 just came out. Very cool. I recommend you go with that. But this script I wrote in 041. Some of the VS Code tooling is still kind of like, and so like VS Code will yell at you that this is illegal, but it's not. And that's just because like the Dino tooling is kind of still in progress. It's a very young project, Dino. I'm sure people who know what that is know about that. So Dino is from Ryan Dahl. Let's see, 10 things I regret about Node.js. Ryan Dahl. You can watch this. He has a bunch of videos about this. Ben Awad, very cool guy. Did a hackathon with him. A new way to JavaScript, right? So Ryan Dahl is the creator of Node, and we will be using Node today. And Node is the main way that JavaScript developers do file I/O and other server-side operations. And data wrangling is a special case of file I/O. So Ryan Dahl created Node.js like, I don't know, five or more years ago, and within the past year or two, he's been talking about, hey, what if I could do it over again? What would I do differently? And he did it over again, and it's called Dino, and it's better, but the library development is still very young, so we don't have all the tooling we need. But this one specifically, in an academic publishable paper, which is one of the focuses here, you need to use TeX. That is a file format, TeX, LaTeX. So like attitudinal trends, or what I call alt-ed survey. So here's the TeX file. So that paper that I got published, this is not, let's see. Yeah, this is the GitHub open version. So this is the preprint version. This is not identical to the one that got published. Basically, there's preprint and postprint. I submitted this one. They said, hey, change some stuff. I changed it. After I change it, that's the postprint, and that there's like information regulation around that. So they have some, what is it called? Information like laws. Like I can't just go share that information with anybody, because that's how they make money. Although I have like a bunch of free versions that I can give away, like up to 50 or something. So hit me up if you want the finalized version. This is the preprint version, not the published version. But anyway, it's still a TeX file. So the point I'm getting to here, and there's comments. I think I have half a paper in just the comments alone. This will let you format images in your academic paper, and you can reference images in text. So like this cycle model is conceptually depicted in figure this one. And so that's kind of a dynamic reference. It's kind of programming-ish. It's more of a markup type thing, I would say. You can't do really complex logical operations in basic tech. And it's for typesetting. So that's why the journals care about it. They want all the papers to look similar. So there's like a bunch of like, I have to use like this LaTeX package for my table and my images, book tabs. These are like common packages. So we need to use TeX, but I also use a tool called Grammarly, which I highly recommend. And here's a letter to the editors I wrote for business history review. They rejected me, but anyway. Some other paper I might say how to do a letter to the editors. One pro tip is like use Grammarly, and it scores you how good your grammar is. Apparently I could have done something. Grammarly just got smarter. Well, geez, dude, I hope you were smarter before I sent my letter to the editor. Maybe they wouldn't have rejected me. Okay, anyway. Grammarly cannot work with TeX. And it's really unwieldy to work with PDF. So I wrote that TeX to text. And you can see it generates a text version. Bum, 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 bum. So let's see if I can find a text version. Or it's going to be TXT. Right? Okay, so this is the post print. I'm not going to open it because I don't want to disclose that information. That's in a private Bitbucket repository. But anyway, it generates a text version with all this garbage stripped out, and then I can just copy that text and I can drop it in Grammarly. And so that's kind of my workflow when I get near the polishing stage of the paper. So we're nowhere close to there, but that's a pro tip for polishing it up. just have Grammarly help you with your review. And obviously you can have some of your friends and family read it for readability, intuition, and wording and things like that. But Grammarly, and this is the pro Grammarly, so I pay, I don't know, like 10 or 20 bucks a month or something. And it's really, really, really helpful. It catches things that I've given my paper to, like, you know, my dissertation board for review, and Grammarly catches things that they didn't catch. Although God knows they catch a bunch of stuff Grammarly would never know about. Okay, so let's actually get to some programming, right? That's the background. We all know what we're doing. So what are we actually doing? I need to update my wrangling script in two ways. So we'll close to the right. First of all, I need to bring it from JavaScript to TypeScript. I've already done that for Wrangler, and I've already done that for something called unwrite. But I need to, there's 3 stages in my data file wrangling process. It's a 3-step process. And so I need to convert the third one, which I took out of JavaScript and dumped into a TypeScript file, but it's non-functional at the moment. So we're going to get that fixed. And here's the aspirational build script, just to see, so you can see what I would like to be able to do one day. And then this is the current working build script. Input regex. So I'd like to be able to use a regular expression, which I can't do today. And that way it would grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would grab all those files, wrangle them all. So wrangling is going to normalize the columns and rename the column labels, something that I will eventually import into Stata, and it's like a Stata-friendly name. So there can't be certain characters in those column titles. It's going to normalize the capitalization and normalize the actual K by L CSV box spreadsheet. You know what I mean? Like the actual rows and columns. It's going to normalize those. Then unwrite will take those and put it into JSON, and then write CSV will read those JSON and create a unified CSV. So it will unify the JSON objects from all of them, and then make one big one and drop one big CSV output that's combined. And then that CSV output I can use in Stata. And this workflow already works end to end with respect to the other survey that I did. So you can see there's Wrangler, write, unwrite, package JSON, but it's all JavaScript, okay? So these are the wrangled output CSVs. It's less intuitive, and so that's one of the reasons I'm redoing it. The data is like nested in these like regularly defined folders, and I think that's too complex and it's not really intuitive. So these are actually the post-wrangling normalized CSV, not the source. And then these are the JavaScript, the JSON files, and you can see I take those CSV and I convert them into, this is just a single observation by a unique ID. So this is like one person and their responses as JSON. Then that will be accumulated into a giant JSON where none of these keys intersect because they're all UUIDs. If they do intersect, that's an interesting case. It may indicate that the same person took the survey across administrations, but also like it might not indicate that at all. So we'll see if that actually happens. You build the giant JSON that's the collection of all these JSONs, and then finally you write output CSV. And this was the 1190. So it looks like 1191, but it's really not because there's a title row, right? So these are the 1190 observations in my previous paper. But this output CSV, we're going to get a new one. So we're going to, 1, convert from JavaScript to TypeScript. It's largely done. And 2, we're going to reorient some of the logic so it's more intuitive. My source files are here. My wrangled files are here. The naming is like, it's clear these are the post-wrangling ones. There's no weird folder structures to deal with. It's all right here. Then we're going to have our JSON files here. Okay. So JavaScript to TypeScript conversion, more intuitive wrangling process. And 3, and part of that more intuitive wrangling process is to make it more generic. Some of the stuff is hard-coded in the old JavaScript, like there's like hard-coded column checks. So 3, we want to make that more generic and flexible more like a library that can be used for any project. And that will make it allow us to add more columns, because we need more columns for this study, and we'll need more columns for the next study. And we could have any number of like weird different columns in any given study. So we want it to not be hard-coded to look for specific columns. So that's the third thing that we're changing. Cool. I think I will probably save the regular expression piece for the future. I don't know. If it ends up being really easy, we'll do it. So that will be the data wrangling portion. And then we are going to, actually do some statistical analysis depending on how much time we have today. Just to give you all a heads up, this could be like a 5-hour video, honestly. And then I'd probably go back and cut it up into bite-sized pieces. But this is like, I'm just working on this today. It's been 20 minutes so far, it looks like. Yeah, I might be on here for 5-6 hours. And I would typically be playing some music, but I did that in one of my videos and it muted the whole video. So I tried to look up some royalty-free music this time, but I don't know if it's any good. And I don't know if it's going to make it hard to hear me if I'm talking. So I'm just not going to play any music at all, which kind of sucks, because usually I'd be vibing out or listening to Ryan Dahl in the background. Let's see if I have any chat comments or anyone is even watching right now. Probably not, right? Okay, 0 viewers, yeah. All right, cool. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's write some JavaScript. So here we have Wrangler TS. This is good to go. To do input regex, we're not going to do that right now. I'm fine hard coding these input parameters of all these file names. For today, it's kind of ugly, but it's not unbearable. It's like 5 or 6 files. Okay, so Wrangler is good. Next step is write and unwrite. Let's see my package JSON. Wrangler, unwrite is the next step. So let's just do build. I am in this correct folder. Yep, okay, npm1 build. Okay, so it is trying to unwrite the CSV. And I don't think it aired out, but I think it doesn't work. Okay, so it regenerated the CSVs, and then after a second or two later, Git realized there's no diff, so it vanished out of the active differences. Spreadsheet unexpectedly did not have a unique key. This is why it's awesome to have informative errors. So I can just grab this string. So this is where we are at in the actual things we need to change. Okay, unexpectedly did not have a unique key. Okay, so it might be that I'm looking for a particular unique key string. This data definitely does have unique keys, but it might be named differently than expected. So this is one example data. So respondent ID is my unique key. Okay, so respondent ID. Yeah, and these guys should not be blank. Have you heard of any of the following? Oh, okay, they're all in reference to that one. Yep. Have you heard any of the following online course providers? It's like lenda.com, Udacity, 1 through 5. Should find a different way to represent that. That could be a 5 factorial state variable. I don't know if I want to do that though. That would thin out my samples per row. Whoa, I have this open twice. Okay, they're different ones. Whatever. So we might have to debug this, which we can totally do, but it would be better if there's an easier way to do it. It didn't have a unique key. Which one? So let's go to my column definitions, column transformations, respondent ID. Respondent ID is right here. Okay, I don't think I have these guys. Do you work in a STEM profession? I don't know if I have this one either. Yeah, okay. So this error message helped me find the location of the code, so that's good, but it actually is a bit misinformative. I mean, I guess the slash is and or. It didn't have a unique key and or. Okay, it's pretty much fine. Spreadsheet did not have unique key and or. I don't even know how to say that. And or it didn't have the expected columns or the unique key. Did not have unique key and or expected column. Okay, no, it's fine. If someone can think of a better way to say that, let me know. But basically, it's not that the unique key was missing, it's some column was missing. And here is one example, this matcher. But frankly, this is looking for questions that were in the old survey administration. This is one of those hard-coded checks. And there are like a few questions that, there are a few of these questions that I took out. Like, I don't think this guy will be here either. Well, okay, yeah, well. Yeah, so that one's there. Is report. This is an output column name. So it's the matchers I'm concerned with. Household income. So I could massage the input data and just put empty columns. So at least the columns would be found. I would also like to consider the possibility that matcher, some columns can be labeled as optional. And then the logic will do the massaging, which is much better. If I can have a pristine input directly from SurveyMonkey and then the scripts handle all of the massaging, that's a much better approach for purposes of reproducibility. So someone else goes to SurveyMonkey, downloads the same data, runs the same script, gets the same output. They don't have to do manual steps. So I'd like to add a key here, which is something like optional. So some of these are optional. Yeah, I think that's totally fine. I'm trying to think through in my head the negative side effects of that. Do you work in a STEM profession? Transient column is true. Do you work in a STEM profession? Should be optional. All right, cool. I think we're going to need to turn the debugger on. Well, we could add optional to almost every column and then remove it one by one, but that might just be slower. Okay. So we parse CSV to JSON. Get parsed. Here's the title line. Hungarian version of the title line. It's not really needed, but whatever. Okay, so now we have the... Oh, and this weird naming is Hungarian, by the way. ARR is array. So RR is an array of arrays. RRS is an array of arrays of strings, which is exactly what a CSV file is being parsed as. So you look in the CSV, you see some numbers, they're being parsed as strings. And we know that because this is RRS. And it says any. See that, and in my old JavaScript, I really needed that to keep straight what types am I dealing with. Now that I'm in a TypeScript file, I can just call this parsed, and I could do string. You can do it like that, which I would very much like to do. I could also do both. I could keep this and yeah. So more and more, there's cases where it still helps to have that variable name. Like if I'm debugging, my TypeScript information is lost, and at debugging time, I still want to know my type. So I'm in JavaScript world, I'm extremely in support of Hungarian. In TypeScript world, I'm very much on the fence of at what point does it become unintuitive, right? Like this is a weird prefix. I think it's still helpful though. So this one is even useless because even at runtime, it's very obvious when something's an array. But it's less obvious when something is intended to be an array of strings. And runtime and debug time are the same. That's different than what it is right now, which is compile time. At compile time, TypeScript and VS Code know what's what. So I'm going to actually do both. I'm going to retain the Hungarian, even though it's weird. If it's hard for you to read, just ignore the prefix and look for the first capital letter. And this would be parse CSV to JSON. And yes, you can tell I use it inconsistently. We can actually go type this function right here. Yep. Okay. So I will use both TypeScript and still using Hungarian. Shout out to my haters. Okay. Here's a title line. It is an array of strings. I love it. Love IntelliSense. Love TypeScript. You are also an array of strings. Beautiful. And so this is all good. We find index. So when do I insert the optional logic? Right. If it equals -1 and it's not optional. So I need to refer to my call and transforms definitions, which I could really call column definitions, or there's some parsing logic to each column, and this file extracts that. And there's an actual object type here, which is you can see a transformer object. Let's add that type because that is a bit confusing. Okay. Yeah, I wish there was a way that it could extract the type for me. Is there a way I can do that? VS Code extract type for me. Extract function envelope. No, that's not what I want. Extract to method. Oh, whoa. Extract to const. That's kind of cool. I want to extract to type. Extract method, extract variable, inline variable. I don't think I'm seeing what I need, unfortunately. Convert to arrow function. All right. Let's not go down this rabbit trail. So I will just create the type by hand. Although it seems to know the type, but wish I could expand this. Oh, maybe I meant to do interface. Yeah. Right, I should not use the column. Okay, so I think a type is fine. Type versus interface. Type versus interface. I don't really have a strong preference if it's a type or an interface. Okay. Very cool. So transient column is not assignable to type undefined. Okay, so this is Boolean. This is child matchers. String RO transformer is a function. And is it a special type of function? Yes, it is. Let's go to unwrite. It's in my library function. Yep, so here's where I actually use it. These are all optional, I believe. So transformer function. So this should be a column transform definition. Column transformer function. I might need an interface now. Yeah, I don't know if I can do this with a function. Okay, so it takes these inputs and it produces what? I'll just say any. I don't think that's going to work if we need a const. Lovely. Okay, so this. I wonder why it's complaining about not knowing what X is. No, find name X. Can I just do this? I don't know if that's much better. I like to have them regularly named. Oh. I should actually refer to a particular function in that case, right? Okay. Yeah, then it's an interface. So I want it to implement the interface. Okay. Const function. Const my fake function name. Okay. And what does it produce, by the way? Return. I think it can even be void. Yeah. I think it's truly an any, because it can return an array or booleanized. Booleanized returns what? Booleanized returns an array. Okay, so it returns an array, or can it return nothing as well? Booleanized. Object assigned. Oh yeah, this is transforming the actual observation in a JSON representation. So I can replace one key with multiple keys. I think the only case I would replace one key with 0 keys is in the case of a transient column. So a transient column is like input, consumed, and not written out. So like only transformations are written out, not the actual original. So even in the case of a transient column, I would still want an array of outputs. Transient. Here's a transient column. Transformer returns an array of objects. Okay, let's try an array of, I don't think I want to do an array of objects. It's an array of a certain kind of object, yeah? It's an array of, yeah, but it's dynamically typed. That's why it has to be an any. So my column definitions, I can maybe create a, yeah, and I actually probably should create an array, a formal type, but that would vary per project. So the library, in principle, it would need to be in any dynamically typed. I could have any columns. Even though for a particular project, I could define those columns. So I can say, so this is going to be, it will return an array of any. I'll say to do for a particular project, return project observation schema, not any. Okay, but I'll leave that as a to-do. Great. Function whose declared type is neither void nor any must return a value. I just want this to be a type or an interface. Okay, all right, so I can't remember how to extract it, but let's just put it in line. So this would be a function that returns an array of objects that can be typed in any way. It's not being used as a value. No, it's not. It's being used as a type. It needs to implement an abstract function. The particular transformer needs to implement an abstract function. Maybe it's because I didn't say abstract function. Okay, so basically I want this to be a class then. I want it to be a class rather than a type. I want this to be a class rather than a type. And so all of the classes have this abstract function. Let me double check if that's right. TypeScript abstract function. Method, sure. Abstract classes. Okay, don't do it. What? So, is it an abstract function or an actual function? It is definitely an abstract because these are all internally different. Yeah, this fucking shit right here. How do I do that? Can you just copy this? So this is it. Boom. Now get rid of this local piece. Cannot find name function. Okay, maybe you're not supposed to be here. And now you're mad again. Okay. I wish I could just break out my work computer because I've definitely done this. I just can't remember how to do it. Interface. Okay, so you still wrap it with the braces? Oh, that's the question. Okay, so the function is not an interface, but the wrapper. You can substitute this. Yep. That's the function interface. All right, good gracious. I still need to use the braces even when it's a function. That's what threw me. Because the syntax looks so class-like to me. Okay, so this is... yeah. Okay. Cool. And then, are you optional? Yeah, you're totally optional. Optional, optional, optional. Output column name, you will need to be a string. Exact match. Exact match is an optional string. Generated column is an optional boolean. All right, great. And you guys are you're all optional. Dang it, I hate it when that happens. Oh wow. Column transformations TS. All right, well, it's a thing that I remember now, so I don't have to remember it later, right? So all y'all buy. All right, cool. So you are the column transformer function, and you are the column transform definition. Yes. Do I detect a red squiggle? I'm not sure. Looks like some kind of squiggle there. An equal sign was expected. Why not? Maybe I should use an interface here too. There's something about like unions it lets you do. I can't really remember. I don't need unions though. So you're the column transformer function, interface. Everything is looking good. Booleanize is absolutely a function. It turns it to a 0 or 1. Love it. And this should be number, right? Wait, is that already there? Oh no, you're right. It is still a cool. It's still an array of objects. Cool. So some of these are going to be inappropriately typed because they have special keys that I didn't include. Maybe implement simple match feature. Okay, so exact match, I need to add you. Matcher is missing. Yeah, you don't actually need a matcher if you're transient output. All right, so later we can give some like special cases of column transform definition. We can just call it a column definition. How about that? How about that? Okay, exact match is an optional boolean. Oh, I have it twice. Okay. We can just call this column definition. All right, cool. Column definition, and it has a column transformer function optionally. S matcher is missing. Right. I meant to make that optional. So that would give us some stronger typing if we can require it in some cases. Okay, all these are good now? All these are good now, and we got some types. Love it. So now that I have my column definitions, I need to make sure that I have the optional thing is what we're adding. Optional Yeah, so the original intent from the past project is that no column is optional. Every column exists for every observation. And that's good from a CSV point of view. And we can still put that in the output, but we shouldn't require it in the input. That's the enhancement we're making. I think in the past I had to actually massage the input, which is not a great practice. Okay, so I'm not going to call it an optional column, but I'll call it an optional input. The optional input. And this, of course, is optional. And if you do not specify it, we'll assume you're required. Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Order these keys, why not? A, B, C, D, E, F. This is really nice. I know it's like sometimes a pain to type, but in the future, I don't have to go, oh, what is it that I allowed on those objects? Oh, I can't really remember. And just make up a new property because I can't remember the old properties. It's like, these are what you can do. Okay, so optional. Dang it, I hate doing that. Optional input column. Column transforms. Column transforms. TS. Let's see if anybody's joined watching this stupid video yet. No one. Good. I wouldn't either. Okay, by TypeScript investigation. Dude, good programmers are just like, yeah, and you get an upvote and you get an upvote. Good program, and always pay it back when someone helps you. Especially on Stack Overflow. Not really especially on Stack Overflow, like in general. But good programmers are just good Googlers, I swear. Okay, we'll close this, we don't need this stuff, close this, bye. This is another part of my workflow along with Grammarly. This is like my author stack, if you will. I use EasyBib. There might be some better tools, and then I have this Google Scholar button, which allows me to cite stuff. So, oh, let's see if I'm registered in Google Scholar yet with that paper. I don't think I am. It's like this. I can just highlight that text, and then I can hit the Google Scholar button. Boom. Yeah. See, the article is too new. It just came out on the 22nd. What's today? The 23rd. So Google has not indexed that paper yet. They might have. I don't know. I don't know all the conditions. You see, I wrote about it on my blog, and they got that. What day is that? April 27. Yeah. That's when I did the revise and resubmit. Because it does look like it indexes the Applied Economics Letters page daily, because it got the latest right here. I don't know. Whatever. Who cares? And get my Google Scholar thing over here. Claim the paper if it's there. I don't think the paper's out yet. Yeah, I don't think the paper's there to claim yet. Okay, fine. So my other papers, but those are like working papers, basically. So now we have an optional, what's on my clipboard? Optional column. Yep. So now in unwrite, I would like to say, hey, if you're not found and you're not optional, that's a problem. But if you're not found and you are optional, it's not a problem. So we actually need to know if you're not found and treat you differently. Unique key index, unique key. What's the unique key? Oh. I didn't tell my program what my unique key is. That was the whole problem. Jeez, I'm such a dumbass. I might not need this property that I was talking about at all. Because it wants to know unique key. Okay, so unique key, we can see that I put that here, but I did not put that here. Yeah, and it's not proper. It's not proper to give a default unique key. I mean, if I'm assuming that I use SurveyMonkey, but I would not like to assume that. So let's specify the unique key. Is respondent ID. And that's the Hungarian transform of respondent ID. You remove the space. I do some logic with the capitalization. Frankly, if I did that, it would be fine Hungarian as well. But we're going to do this. And then the S is for string, of course. Unwrite CSV. All right, so let's just alter my input. Wrangling is done, so we'll just run this guy. TS node is not found. Okay. Beautify is not a function. Just Beautify doesn't want to let me import that way, huh? So JS Beautify, it makes your JSON look really good. It formats it, it pre-prints it. So in the JavaScript, I am supposed to get the Beautify function like this. So now in the TypeScript, so you require JS Beautify and then it's a function on that. So in the TypeScript, I import this and then I call the function on that. But it's complaining about that import method. So let's try it like this. And I'm assuming that I did install it. So let's make sure it's actually installed. Data, node modules, JS Beautify, JS Beautify. You can read the changelog real quick. Yeah, so I don't see anything about the way that you import it. And what version am I getting? So we'll go to the package JSON. Is it a frozen version? It is a frozen version. So what's the latest version? Okay. So I got 1.9 there at 1.11. Maybe I should just get 1.11. And I could also beautify outside of the JavaScript, which might be nice. Look, they changed it. No. That's JavaScript versus JSON, I think. I think they're different beautify files. JS beautify.beautify. Yep. Okay. I imported it wrong. So beautify is the left-hand variable name, but it's not the right-hand property. So import this guy, and then this is incorrect. It should be JS Beautify. But let's go ahead and update to the new way they do it. So we'll get 11 MPLI. And then, and now I guess in 11, you just look for JS. You don't look for J. You don't look for JS underscore beautify. You just look for JS. And I will test, although I'm not optimistic, but I will test just importing that. Okay. I don't think I can do this either. Yeah, so I can't do that. Resources locked or busy. JS Beautify. Oh, so I navigated into the folder. Sorry. Sorry, don't yell at me. Still busy. Why? I don't have any terminals open or anything. All right, I'm going to delete it. Node modules. No, I'm not going to delete the whole modules. I'll just delete this guy. It's open in another program. Wow. There's a zombie process. There's a background process that's still running that's being bad. Okay, so how can we address this? Yeah, rename file. That folder rename hack didn't work. Kill a node process, huh? La 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 node. Where are you, node? I don't see a background node process. Okay. Is there anything like beautify? JS. Yeah, I don't see it. I hate it when this happens. Great job, Windows. So there's a background process that has it locked. Oh, I think it's just I had the README file open. I'm super dumb. Yep, okay, cool. So now we're at 11. Now that we are at 11, we can prove that this JS Beautify approach works. Yep, and now I have a wrangle JSON file, and it's pretty printed. Okay, so that works. And the other thing that I wanted to test is, can I just do this? Will this work? So let's delete you. Cool. A little bit cleaner code. Like it. Okay. So at this point, I will do a commit. So this is going to be this one is better typing, and column transforms is also better typing. Optional. Let's take out the optional thing for now. I'm not sure that's needed. Cool. So this feature is better types, and then I'll do another commit where I update JS Beautify. Now I could totally say that this is a fix because JS Beautify wasn't working and now it is, but it's also a feature enhancement because I bumped the, that would be a kind of a chore if I just bumped the version, but I bumped the version and this allowed me to consolidate the syntax. And so as a developer, this is like one of those developer things that you'll notice. We always like to shine the light, and as a human, right? We like to shine the light on the good part, not the bad part. So this could be said that it is a fix, it is a chore, and it is a feature. It's actually kind of hard to argue that it's a feature now that I think about it. So if it could have been any of those three, the developer would have picked feature. It looks best. You don't want to say fix because that implies that there was an issue, and you don't want to be having implied that you had issues. So I think it's actually kind of hard to say that this is a feature. But you could definitely call it a chore or a fix. And so I'm going to call it a chore. So chores are kind of boring, but they're not negatives. So a feature is cooler than a chore, right? But a chore is better than a fix. So this will be a chore, and this will be JS beautify version bump. And I can come down here and I can say and, just put in the and. This will be and beautify fix. Yep, I have to stage them. My bad. All right, and so those are my two commits, and I'll push. All right, cool. So now we have this working transform thing. We could go for the regular expression, but I don't want to. So I will just expand my. Let me close all this. Close everything except this one. And then it gets me over here. Package JSON. I still have my aspirational build that's kind of going to guide the future intent. So, but for now, I will just list all of the files. So this is kind of gross, but it's not a variable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's hard to read. How do you know you got the right ones in there? What if you change them later and like add one and like, oh? But it's not that big of a deal. Can I do escape? Maybe that would help. One, two, three, four, five. Invalid escape character in string. Feels bad. All right, well, I'm going to do this for now anyway, and then I'll just delete. Okay, so I need the wrangle version, right? So we got 2018, 1010, 2019, 2019, 2019, 2020, 2020. 03, 11, 11, 3, 11, 11, 01, 05. 02, 11, 17, 02, 11, 17, 19, 05, 02, 2020, 05, 02, that's Ocean, COVID, 05, 02, Ocean COVID, 18, 19, 19, 18, 19, 19. 19, 20, 20. All right, cool. So I think I got all of them now. I'll save this. Oh, golly. You know, I almost like it with these ginormous, ugly spaces just for the readability. Even though it goes off screen, but like it's very clearly specifying different files. I'm going to leave it. It looks stupid, but I'm going to leave it. Okay, so now let's npm run build. And that should have a ton of JSON files now. And by a ton, I mean like 6. So it seems, oh, okay, I was going to say it seems not to have worked. There we go. I'm seeing 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what I expect. Where's my 2018? 2018 is already created. That's why. So it's not a diff, so it doesn't show. So this little thing, right? I mean, a lot of people know it's source control git. This is the VS Code git tab, and these are changes. So these are differences from a Git perspective. So it doesn't mean that I didn't build all of them, it just means that they're not all differences, because I just checked in the 2018 with my prior commit. Right, so now Tortoise, this is Tortoise Git, love it on Windows, context menu, and it also provides these checks in red and blank icons. So red means it's diff, green means it's no change, blank means it's not yet checked in. So we can see that the 2018 JSON is there. Oh, they're calling it, I'm calling it csv.json. I kind of hate that, but I'm kind of okay with it. I'll leave it for now. It really should just be .json, not .csv.json, but we can tell, this kind of makes it clear that it's a JSON transformation of that CSV file, so I'm not opposed. So now we have all of the JSON files. Cool. I think unwrite is good to go, and I think it's time. To work on write CSV. I think the unwrite CSV is done. So unwrite CSV, as you can tell, it takes these CSV files, turns them into JSON files. Now write CSV, I'm going to capture all these JSON files, unify them in memory, and write a single output. So first, let's commit these JSON files. I don't know if this is a feat or a chore, but I'll just call it feat. And this is create wrangled JSON output. And actually, this is not good. Oh, and this is not good because I don't have my new columns. Okay, so let's update the column TS. Let's update these column definitions to include the new ones that I actually care about in my study. Have you heard of any of the following course providers? See, this almost makes me need to transform the original input because this would be like Udacity, right? And that mapping needs to go here, kind of. Let's see how I did that in the original. So in the original, the question is, what do the source files look like? Do they have two top rows or a single top row? Yeah, this is heavily transformed. Look at that. Q1, Q2. Right, so this is what I'm talking about. Provider, Udacity, Udemy, Coursera. So the data is all good here. It's not like the data is manipulated, but the column names and like which columns are even showing up have been heavily transformed in the source. So if you just download the survey results out of SurveyMonkey, this is not even close to what you're going to see. So what I need to do, I need to implement this. And I want to implement that in the logic rather than manipulating the input. So have you heard of the following online course providers? This is a column transformer function. That's what I have it for. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the zero-based index from 0 to 4. We're going to do a horizontal expansion and rename these guys 0 to 4. I don't think they're allowed to have an empty name like that. So I think I need to make this a generic function that if there's an empty column, it becomes a horizontal transform of the last named column. So this would be like fill blank names. So this is not actually a column transform because it's not special. It's not a business rule. It's not a business rule of this column. So these column transforms are business rules of the columns. And look at this encoding. It's gross. Okay, so this is not a business rule of this column. It is a business rule of every spreadsheet. So it's actually a generic rule. So then if it's a generic rule, it goes in the wrangler. Okay, so it starts with main. The only thing this guy invokes is main, and it's all traced out from there. And that's how I do a lot of my scripts. It keeps the logic predictable and easier to trace out when you're debugging or editing. So what we do is we get the input file locations. So that's already done and that's not changing. And then we get the locations and then we map them to the wrangle function. And then we wait till that's all done. That's it. So the wrangle function, it will be some descendant of the wrangle function. So at the wrangle function, we read the file, we transform SurveyMonkey CSV content. So at this point, I am still assuming SurveyMonkey format, but I actually want to not do that. I want to be more generic than that. So I will transform file content. It is still okay. It's going to be transform CSV content. It's not generic enough to transform any file. We do need to still assume that you're a CSV at this point. So transform CSV content. Okay. And I think that's the right location for this rule that I'm talking about. So it's not going to change the way we read files. It's not going to change where the files exist or named or anything like that. We're changing the CSV content. Okay, and so we read the file, we transform the content, and then we decide where we're going to put it, and then we write it. So this is definitely the logical location for my update. Transform CSV content. Okay, so in this transform CSV content function, I start by getting CSV to array, original content. I parse out an array of strings from the giant CSV string. Right, so this is an array of strings. So this matrix is my data. And this actually gets kind of interesting if you're kind of a math nerd, because at this point it's like an actual matrix and you can do matrix shit with it. I'm not going there. But this is not a trivial operation. To go from a giant string into a matrix is kind of trippy. All right, whatever. For me it is. Get transformers with index. Do I need to put it here? You know, I could, but I think I can actually implement it right here as a simple string operation. So this is with get transformers with index, stuff starts to get logical and complex. Look, this guy's already ginormous. That's when we're actually abstracting into a JSON object, at least in memory. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to actually even deal. So if I have to deal with the logical object of an observation one at a time, we need to go there, but I don't need to do that. I can actually just grab the title row and do a simple function of the title row. I'd like to do that here. All right, so this is going to manipulate the title row. So I need to break apart this array of arrays. So the title row is right here. And in fact, I can probably find that elsewhere. Yeah. So within transformers with index, we're already getting the title row. SurveyMonkey does this thing where the second row is actually also basically a title row. I did massage that out of my source. So these sources are not totally pristine. It's very close to pristine, but I took 2 steps. One, I removed some unneeded information. There's a column for like user emails, and I removed it. And then there's a row, which this comment is referring to. SurveyMonkey does this thing where the second row is also basically a title row. The reason it does that is for questions like this. Have you heard of any of the following online course providers? There would be this second row that is mostly blank, but here it would be like Udacity, Coursera. It does do that. And so I'm actually thinking that would be a better approach here. But now we're binding ourselves to SurveyMonkey once again. That's a trade-off. Because I could build a nice right? It could be called like this. And then I would know which one and collapse it into the top row. But that would restrict me to dealing with SurveyMonkey. So I'd rather not do that. So as it stands, I'm going to, so the input spreadsheet does require some minimal normalization by hand still. We could totally have a separate script, which was SurveyMonkey specific, but this one is going to not be SurveyMonkey specific. And so now we're left with these blanks, and there's no way for the program itself to know that this is Coursera. That would be a business input of the analyst, and the way that happens is in the column transforms. So what the script can do, it's less informative, but it is programmatic. So the script can call this like that, right? So we can just do that and fill in the blank like this. And then in the column transforms, in the matcher, I'll be able to do something like this. I'll be able to say, hey, you think that you're called this? Where's output? We're going to output column name like a prettier name, like has heard of Coursera. And that will be a business role at this time. Now one can imagine an external script, external to Wrangler, that takes in SurveyMonkey source, takes in wrangled output, and automatically does this column transformation. So that could be possibly cool. I don't know. If there's a bunch of like hardcore SurveyMonkey users, like let me know. But I'd rather not bind myself to SurveyMonkey within my library. An external script is the proper scope for that, because that external script could be swapped. It's like a SurveyMonkey plugin that you can add on. You can swap it out for this provider. But the core of my library, it doesn't belong there. So let me put a to-do, because that is a valid to-do. So where am I at? All right, survey. Dang it. Wrangle SurveyMonkey file. Yeah, I was very well aware that I was tightly coupling to SurveyMonkey. So I like to call this wrangle CSV. I mean, it's well named. You got to say it's like a big fat warning in the name. It's like, we are only rolling with SurveyMonkey right now. But I want it to be more generic. Wrangle CSV. This would be wrangle CSV. Okay. Okay. What's in a name? There you go. So we transform the content. It is included, the transformation that we care about is included there. Get transformers with index. Get transformers with index. Probably should break up this function. And I don't want special dealing with the second column. So I'm just gonna obliterate the second column treatment. Oh, you see what I did? If I column is -1, then allow it to be. Okay, whoa. So my matcher function. Do I look for Coursera? I do. Oh shit. Coursera hurt Coursera. Yeah, this is the scope of an external script though. Yeah, so my matcher function, if I don't find it, I let it test the second row. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, man. And so where can I put this comment? If I delete it, there's no related code to put a comment. So that's when it goes in the readme as to do. So would this be a post-wrangler or a pre-wrangler? So this would be a pre-wrangler, actually, because then I could have the true SurveyMonkey source, a pre-wrangler that does the SurveyMonkey stuff. And it would prepare it for the generic wrangler. So pre-wrangler script, which is specific to SurveyMonkey, it would remove. I don't want to remove columns, so this is a column transformations. Column transformations can delete columns, but it already can. It already can, because if you don't, if it never catches, then it will never read it and output it. So anything uncaught is just deleted, which is why I need new columns for my coronavirus and my personality, because currently, if we go to this JSON, there's nothing about personality in here, because I never told the column transforms to look for it. So we don't even need a delete functionality. It's already there. So we don't even need a delete functionality. But what this would do, so we're not removing columns, it would collapse first and second rows. It would collapse first and second rows in SurveyMonkey specific way. It could, and maybe prep some of column transforms.ts. It could do that. That's kind of optional. But it would collapse the first and second rows of SurveyMonkey specific way. So basically, the thing that we're doing by hand right now, it would do for us. So what we're doing by hand is we're filling in the blanks programmatically, and then over here, I will have to tell it like blank-4, blank-3. Let's output that as heard of Coursera. So the SurveyMonkey specific pre-wrangler could create this snippet, like this entry to column forms, and it could put it into the column transforms for me. But it's not really saving that much for the amount of, like, writing this is not super hard compared to the compared to the amount of work it would take to create that pre-wrangler. It would be like a low value optimization, unless there's like a ton of people that need SurveyMonkey specific optimization. Okay, so I'm content to just obliterate that second row thing. Second. Yeah. Okay, so let's obliterate it. Bam, so you don't get to test the second row. The second row is a row of data. And that's what we expect from a normal CSV. It's SurveyMonkey that's weird. I want this to look like my output. In most spreadsheets, the top line is the title line, everything else is data. And that's also true of my output. So why would I have special logic in my core library that allows you to test the second row? No, that's a SurveyMonkey specific thing. That's out of scope. Okay, so get transformers with index. Get transformers. Why do I even call it get transformers? I think that's referring to the column transforms. I think those are the transformers. Column transforms. And then I think with index is because I add in, let's see, column transforms. I think I add in, this is an ordered array, and I add in an index. So it's not strictly a column definition, it's a column definition with index. I think that's it, get matching column. Get column, so it's like get columns with index. What do I mean by get? Is it column transforms? Yeah, see, I just immediately parse JSON columns. Clone it so column numbers and other info for one spreadsheet don't proc it. Yeah. So this is a by ref. No, I'm sorry. This is by val. So I clone it so that I'm not actually mutating those definitions. That was a huge bug I ran into before. Is I just like extracted the columns and there's like some mutation that I allow. Anyway, bad times. Okay. So this is a transformer. Okay, so a transformer is not identical to the column definition. If we don't keep a column, don't keep its generated children either. Dang, that definitely needs to be broken up. Get transformers with index is way too broad. Title line content. Oh, maybe I should have read the rest of the function. That would be an even better place to put it. Title line content. So first I sort the columns. Oh no, that feels bad. So I use the column name, and if there's no specified column name, I use the matcher. That's when I'm like literally writing out the column, writing it out. So I would need to do the transformation before that. Okay, so this content is like actually writing out the title. Observation rows content. All right, so this comment is still the correct logical location so far. All I did was delete the second row, right? Okay. So what I do, largest column index. Right. Okay, that's fine. That's like a placeholder. That could be separated out. It's like how many indexes are there? First row. Column transforms clone. Okay, so this is basically getting the transformers, which is not identical to... Yeah, it's not actually doing the... it's not actually doing the transformation, it's just getting the columns. New data for the cell. Okay. So this is where that actually happens. Get transformers with index is basically the right name. I just haven't typed out a transformer. So it almost seemed like it was a confusion between column definition and transformer. But those are not the same. The column definition itself is massaged a little bit to create a transformer. Mark for deletion, does that exist here? Yeah, mark for deletion is not part of a column definition. It is part of a transformer. So I need this different type, which is a transformer. It's a column transform. Column transform. Column transformer is derived from, but not identical to, column definition. And this can all go into the wrangle lib, which I'm now creating. Okay, so these, bam, these can all go into the wrangle lib. Export it. Okay, so we'll import it over here. Quick fix import. Nickelodeon. Okay, everyone is happy. All right, cool. So that kind of extracts some logic out of column transforms, thins it out a bit. So it really is just the column transforms now. It is fundamentally scripty. It is not, I can't turn it into a static JSON as it is. Okay. Wrangle libs over here. And then over here, I need to have get transformers with index. And is a transformer or not just a transform? So a transform seems to be the result of a transformation, but this is like a very loosely speaking, a factory. So it is a thing which does transformation. So it really is a transformer. So I will make a thing called a transformer. So this is column definition, and then this is export interface column transformer. Okay, so the column transformer, and then I don't really need to say with index because I just know that index is part of the column transformer. So where is iColumn? Again, another thing that is not part of a column definition. So it's very clearly a different entity at this point. So iColumn is a number. We also have something called mark for deletion. If it's a generated column, some of this overlaps. So that's a generated column, right? That's fine. It's still a different entity. If the overlap was too great, I would try to make it the same entity and normalize that type. I think 2 or 3 differences is enough. And like, don't repeat yourself. If you repeat yourself 3 times, you like definitely need to extract the logic, and twice it's like maybe. Generated column. Even twice is like too much sometimes. You can create bugs by desynchronizing your code. As a boolean. Mark for deletion. And I could say that it extends the other. Yeah, I actually do want to do that. Then I get the additional typing for free, and I don't need to repeat myself. So a column transformer extends a column definition. So I don't need to say this because it's already there. Now, in the column definition, generated column is optional. Is it still optional here? I mean, I could make it explicit. Right now it's just using the falsy, it's using the language falsy feature. So if it's, right, if it's not declared, it's implicitly false. So with strict typing, that's like not strictly typed. So int O transformer equals, where do I actually say? So the transforms clone. Transforms. So this is, yeah, these were originally called column transforms, not column definitions. So I'm going to make these clearly different. Transforms clone will be definitions. Do I need to specify that they're clones? No, I don't. So these are the column definitions. Okay. And this is get column transformers. Okay, so get column transformers. I think I can take out that comment, that's fine. Oh, there was a thing where that stringify removes, yeah, it removes the function, right? Reference the transformer function if it exists. This is lost during the cloning step. Yeah. So there might be a different way to clone. Like I might want to use destructuring or something. Allergies, man. All right, so maybe I shallow clone, that's fine. So transformer is a definition with some extra stuff. Are any of these nested? They're just primitives, so I could use a shallow clone. I could maybe turn it into JSON. And then the transformer functions could go somewhere else. Yeah, that's not really valuable at this time, but it's worth it to do. Okay. If I column is not equal -1, right, so use the index if you find it. So we can call them RO. So transformers are literally column definitions. Column definitions. Okay, so literally column definitions. Okay, so this is literally column definitions. But this part is the transformers. So transformers are literally column definitions. So transformers are literally I really don't even need this line here, but that's fine, I'll leave it for readability. I think I could just do that. So what I want to do is this. Column definition is not assignable to column transformer. Okay, I think we're going to do this. Filter. So it would be assignable if you all are optional. Y'all are both optional. Now it is assignable. Column definition. Awesome. In fact, we don't even need that. Oh no, you're mutating by ref again. No, I'm not, because we're going to do one of these. Okay, so you bam. Now we silence the type errors. So now key column, you're not marked for deletion. So I was mutating it by reference on purpose. Mutating it by reference on purpose. I'd rather not do that. So instead of filter, this can be yeah, is there a way we can map filter? I think I was trying to map and filter by using filter and mutating by ref. Yeah, I think maybe I just reduced. Okay. So if I reduce, let's try reducing. So I reduce, and then I will start with empty array. This is the accumulator, and this is the column definition. This is the column index. Okay, and actually we shouldn't do that anymore. Shouldn't do this anymore. And so if we're good, if we keep the column, all right, then we can return the accumulator. So if we keep the column, push versus concat, blah, 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 blah. I'll just push it. Key column is fine. These are the child matchers. This is a, yeah. Is this one my type? It is. Okay. So column definitions, column index. Now we use this. Where to go? Oh, it was only needed for the. It was only needed for rebinding the function. Yeah. So we don't even need that anymore. So we're simplifying this, so I like it. Hopefully it just doesn't break everything by reference. So we get column definitions. Yeah, there's no way you can break it by reference. I'll just stringify parse that if needed. I don't want to do it for now though, because performance is a thing. If we don't keep a column, don't keep its generated children either, right? So this is marking them by reference on purpose. Okay, yeah. I have to get those actual references. I could keep a list. Yeah, and that's why I filter in a second loop, because maybe the child came first. Maybe the child came first. Yep. So we need to loop again. Whoa. I was doing it kind of right the first time. All right, so we can still reduce filter. It's a little bit better. Okay, so make sure it's not marked for deletion. See, the reason this is needed is because the questions can come in different orders on the different surveys. So this is like saying, like, which column are you supposed to be associated with, and snapping it into place. Okay. Okay, so this is a way to split it up, kind of, but I'll be adding another loop. Find index. Find index is already a loop. Okay, so we already don't keep the column. I really don't need to, this was already working. I really don't need to worry about this. It's just the mark for deletion that I want to deal with. And this deals with this by ref. That's the issue. So column definitions here and here should be, yeah. Let's go ahead and declone it. So this will be const column transformers equals JSON parse JSON dot. Well, so if we do this, now we lose the function, right? I was just doing that because I didn't like the logic of reattaching this. So these refer to the same reference. Yeah, I need to reattach the function as well. Dang. Okay. So one thing I can do is this. Copy that. Let's go back in time to when we still reattach the function. Yep. Okay. So you are here, but you also need to be over here. O transformer generated children. So these are the ones that I have started mutating already. So I can keep the reference and without messing with the column definitions. Okay, cool. Can I keep this reduce function, which I would like to do? So let's comment all of you. And then it's like, yeah, like why even do this check? You're about to do this check. Whatever. It still kind of works and makes more sense to me. rather use that reduce so I know that I'm whitelisting objects instead of just filtering with by ref. Okay, so you're the ones I'm going to allow. Okay. Okay, and that's the reason we have to do it right now. So the generated child that we want removed can come before or after the parent. So if we can solve that, then we don't need to do by ref. But for now, we need to do by ref. Okay. Do I have anyone even watching this currently? Any chat? No chat. No questions to answer. Cool. This is all looking good. Buy. Shopping cart, SD nodes. We'll leave that guy open. And that's for the paper. So now we get column transformers. Get column transformers. And this is still the right thing to do. So we get the column transformers after we massage title row. Okay, so this is the This is like spreadsheet data with updated title row, but that's a really long name. Call it with updated title row. CSV with updated title row. CSV with updated title row. It's long, but it's acceptably long. And that's going to equal a function of cool. So function of, we are going to call fill blank title cells. Fill blank title cells. We call it handle. Normalized function name and handle is a thing. B, C, D, E, F, G, H. And this is also a library function. I guess the whole wrangler.ts is fairly library-ish. Handle blank title cells. Okay, so this will be CSV, which is string array. Okay. Handle blank title cells. Okay, so here is the there's the title row. So the title row, what I want to do is every time I run into a blank, then I fill it. So return title row dot reduce. So we get the title row. Okay, so this is updated title row. How do I get rid of that first row? It's pop or something like that. Slice 1, 2, slice 1 to 3, slice 1 to 3, and 3 is the length. Slice 1 to length, slice 1 to length. Is it really 1? Yeah. Okay, slice from 1 to CSV length. And now I need to insert the title row at the top. So it'll be like cat. It's either, I think like this. Okay, so formatted. Okay, so I have an updated title row. Yeah, I think that's right. Concat is a flat join. Let me try this. Okay, so one, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I got 3 arrays. Now, is it this .concat? No, it is the array of .concat. Boom, that gives me what I want. So this would be array of array, that would be CSV. So this is what I want. So the title row, after done massaging, needs to be within another array layer. So the title row, another array layer. Great, just checking myself. Okay, great. So because of the functional nature, it's a .concat, I actually don't need to segment at all. I can just write this in a functional way. Reduce .concat. Beautiful. If you're, I do tend to favor functional programming. Reduce .concat. Reduce .concat. Okay, I still need to wrap it in an array. Is there a reduce? Is there reduce.map? Whoa. Chained function to map array. That would complete this guy. I'm not using Lodash, whatever. Keep it open console. So this is going to yield one array, and if I use map, it's going to go item by item, which I don't want to do. I want to do the whole array. I can hack it. I'll just put an if else on reduce. No, that's okay. So keeping it keeping it like this is actually going to end up being arguably better. All right, so here's my boilerplate for updating the title row, and this will be my boilerplate for a reduce function. So CSV 0, so this will be, the element will be cell value. So my cell value, right, and then I need to persist previous cell value. All right, so there's an edge case that I'm just going to address out of the gate. If there's no cell value and there's no previous cell value, so this would be like if your very first column was a blank title. I'm just going to throw. I'm going to throw. Here's the first column of your spreadsheet has no title. This is not chill. It's fine. All right, cool. So given that we have addressed that edge case, we can always assume that there will be some previous cell value then. Okay. So, and then here we return the accumulator. And I don't think I need an index. Okay. Yeah. What I want to do is increment. So if it's like 4 blanks in a row, I don't want it to keep appending 1. I want it to increment that, but that's not this. So this can be, this is not really the previous cell value. This is like last valid column text. And this is last previous, okay, this is last filled cell index equals 0. Okay, in that case I don't need this. So it's going to need, this should be a string, right? That's root cell. And so here, okay, so it's either if it has text, if the column cell has text in it, I use that. If it doesn't, then I'm getting the last valid one to the left. So an example would be have you heard of any of the following online course providers? I need to start with 2. I need to start with 2. Because at this time, I'm not going to know that the right hand is blank. I'll only know at this time. So this should start with 1 instead of 0. And I will bump it. I will, yeah, less. I'll bump it. Okay. False. Okay, so if there's a cell value, push it. And I can't just use like a ternary or a short circuiting here because I need to do separate expressions. I need to do multiple expressions. The other thing I want to do is if there's a cell value, last valid column text equals the cell value. Okay, and we're going to reset. All right, so if there's a cell value, just to keep it logical. If there's a cell value, I use it. Then I set the last valid text as the current one. Then last filled cell index, I reset. I reset it to the initial. Okay. Now, if there's not a cell value, because it's blank. Yeah. So this, if I can move in here. Okay. So there's not a cell value, we already know. So if the last valid column text, if there's no last valid column text, now what if there is? What if there is a last valid column text? And we are going to push the accumulator with our opinionated syntax. Man, why are you doing this to me? Enter, thank you. So I push the accumulator. Then what is the last valid column text? It stays the same. It is what it is. But the last filled cell index is plus plus. Now, I can up this to 2. That's fine, so that the plus plus can come after. I could also leave it as 1 in the plus plus prior, but I think this is a little bit more intuitive because it shows you that the initial last filled cell index, we're going to start with a 2. Cool. So this will say, for example, this. Have you heard of any of the following cars provider is -2? Lit. Lit, 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 lit. Handle blank title cells. Great. So now we are done handling them, and we use CSV with updated title row. Now, let's look at my JSON, because my JSON in this new TypeScript world, I believe I don't have anything about Udacity here, do I? Udacity. Yeah, see, I don't, but I need it. I need it. Have you heard? Heard of Udacity? And then for Stata, like when I'm working in Stata, I can do like has that. So I like all my booleans to start with has. So I might change these from heard of Udacity to like has heard of Udacity. Okay. Cool, so we're at a pausing point. I think I should commit. Yeah, handle blank title cells. Wrangler lib. Read this stuff, read me. Yep. Right, so it's an initial commit of that, and then let's see if it works, and we can push up a fix if needed. Cannot read generated column of undefined. Okay. The error through on 130.38. 99.20. These lines are messed up. Okay, so not read of undefined. I mean, this seems obvious, right? Okay. Let's make sure there is a transformer. You know what? You just shouldn't even keep it if there's not a transformer. So you couldn't read column of undefined. Oh, come on, man, help me out. It's not how. I'm not supposed to have to set this stuff. Okay. I'm still on that red line. Dude, you're bad. Okay, so now we can see the transformer is a mutated column definition. Sweet. This could be broken into a separate function. But I'll leave it for now. That is naturally tightly coupled. Now the types are looking correct. You can hover on stuff and get what I actually expect. Awesome. Okay. So now we've got some better types. And generated column is undefined where. Generated column. I don't know why this would have fixed it, but let's just see. Okay, yeah, so it's optional, right? So this generated column may or may not exist. Okay, but this guy should for sure exist. This guy does for sure exist. Get matching column. Maybe this is the one where it doesn't exist. So we're still assuming that the transformer exists at that point. Okay, it's guaranteed. Okay, so they call it transformer. Yeah, this is a bad call. It's just a bad call. Get matching column. Transformer doesn't exist yet, so how could we get the matching column? We really want to get the matching column for the column definition. Let's do this, and then it is a superset, so can I use the transformer? Let's see. So you complain, you're a column transformer. You don't complain. Because they sufficiently overlap. Very good, you're smart enough to know that. So, really, you should be a column definition. And then if I want to use a column transformer some other time, that's fine. Okay, so, iColumn also is never undefined, but the transformer could have been undefined there. So now, in these cases, we are guaranteed to have transformer because I just created it. Guaranteed, 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 guaranteed. Oh, now this is bad. Shadowing. Let's not do that. So RO transformers is what? This is the mutatable. So RO transformers, OO. Can I do optional? Can I do? That would be cool if y'all let me do that. Don't even need those friends, really. All right, you're gonna make me happy. I haven't set up my prettier for this project specifically. Okay, so let's see if you still complain, right? Because throughout the rest of this block, we're guaranteed to have transformer. What about over here? Could I push undefined? Number is integer would be false. No, I push transformers only. So it's impossible for that to be undefined. I push transformers only. Okay, now if it never gets pushed, okay, that's a problem. Yeah, let's try that. So filter, let's see what happens here. What if I have 0 things? Do you error out on me? No, right? Because you just never process the filter. You're the case where it's a problem. Or if it's null, but if it's null, you would tell me. That error said undefined, right? Oh, undefined, yeah. Okay, cool. Seems to be working. So that was the problems that I put the transformer in there when it should have been the column definition. My bad, dog. Yeah. So now these should all have the blanks filled in. Ooh, I have less stuff? Ooh, no, I should not have less stuff. I should have more stuff, not less stuff. Okay, because I'm not booleanizing. I wonder why that stopped. Yeah, this file is way smaller. Let's see what happened over here. Oh no! This view is not that cool. Let me try. Oh, sorry. Okay, so this view, these guys are blank now, right? Which, I mean, shouldn't they be? So what was I doing previously? I think it was booleanizing them. Yeah, no, now they're just blank. That's bad. Okay. Names are looking good. This is all looking good. I think I have to use a debugger. By the way, it's always an integer. Oh, is -1 considered an integer? It has to be, right? Ooh. Yep. Alright, so this can actually go away. So this is a real question. If it's greater than -1 or the generated column. And I think that these, we can check this out, but I think these are generated columns that we lost. Prefer not to disclose. Okay, well, that was a bad idea that I did that. Disclose. Is reported income. Is SurveyMonkey income for not to disclose? Where's that coming from? Oh, where's that S coming from? Whoa. I mean, I guess that was already there. Okay, because it's the Hungarian transform. All right, is SurveyMonkey income for not to disclose? Are you generated? This is a generated child. Generated column. Yep. Okay, and what about the other ones we lost? Is unemployed. You're generated for sure. Is unemployed. You're generated. Okay, so these are do one more, but I think it's pretty clear. Unreported stem. Generated. All right, so do you work in a STEM profession? This seems correct, actually. Do you work in a STEM profession? We're excluding that because none of these people have that question, at least in this administration that I ran it on. Okay, so that's 2018. Oh wait, is that true? Terminal. So I ran on all of these guys. This is 2018. Okay, so for 2018. In the original. Okay, that's bad. That's bad. So we do have, do you work in a STEM profession? So we do have, do you work in a STEM profession in 2018? So if STEM is 0, is it always 0? 0, 0, 0. Here's 1. All right, so sometimes it's 1. So it's not like it was just previously erroring all the time. By the way, I don't have anything about transient column on that. Yeah, I do. Okay. Dang it. Forgot how to go backwards. I thought it was I. Okay, so something got wrong. And where is, I'm expecting some new. I'm expecting some new stuff about like a dash. Providers. Go to 2018 source. Okay. So providers is right here. So in the unwrite, no, in the wrangle. So before I unwrite it, I wrangle it. So in the wrangle, I'm expecting this question mark dash to exist. Don't save it. Okay, so in the wrangle, I think we have a problem here. So here, we got no providers, no question mark, no dash. All right, so in the case where I have a question mark dash, that is my new logic, and there's something wrong with it. Fill. Handle blank title cells. All right, let's debug it. Debugging time. This actually feels worth it. I can't just log it, actually. I don't need to debug it, actually. Let's make a test package.json script so I don't have to wait for all however many files to complete. Okay, so here's our test script. And then let's undo all these because we know these are all bad. Cool. Oh, I didn't mean to. Test not build. All out of coffee. Sad day. Very cool. Whoa, I did test, huh? Okay. I think unwrite is already looking for that wrangle prefix. wrangler. Yeah. The wrangler already looks for any CSVs that don't start with the prefix in the current folder. Okay. Actually, that same function could be used in unwrite. Cool. So, we don't even think unwrite is the problem. Wrangler is the problem now. Okay. Invalid title cell. And it's empty. In every case, yeah? That's what we expect. Optional GitHub user. Interesting. And so here's the case. Have you heard of any of the following online course providers? So I bet we do push it, and then it just never matches. So what if we do push it and it just never matches? Handle blank title cells. All right. Another good reason to break it apart. Makes logging easier. Okay, so outdated photo. Yep. Which of the following statements are true for you? So they are getting processed. Here's another problem. Are those options equivalent across administration? Dang, that's a whole other problem. All right, cool. Very cool. So, this is here, but it's not messed with me. And why is that? So I looked at the title row. And then what do I do? Okay, hold on. CSV with updated title. Yep. CSV with updated title row. Get column transformers. Okay. So we got the whole CSV here. First row. What do? I find the index. Find the index. A bunch of these don't have an index, and they're not declared as generated values. A bunch of these don't have an index, so that could be the problem. Or it's a generated column. How could it be a generated column? How can I declare it's a generated column if it doesn't even have an index? Because the parent declares it. Okay. So either you got a match or your parent has to declare you. So is stem is not stem. The thing is these names got like Hungarianized, so I'm not sure that's matching either. So what if I don't have a column? So this keep column might be misleading because it used to be we would add you anyway. So I really was not whitelisting, which is kind of a nice feature if you don't have to whitelist with the column transforms. Let's see what happens. In the meantime, I'll look at my old data. That's the collector sheet. Yeah. Okay, we got a bunch more columns now. Are they any good? And the alphabetical sort isn't working. Oh, is it reversed? Yeah, I don't know what's the columns. The titles are supposed to be sorted. Well, I guess not. Here's the, well, that's source. So the old source. Let me look at the old output. Okay, it's also not alphabetical. All right, I guess I'm wrong from it. So we've at least reduced get diff noise if we put it there anyway. I don't like to do that. output column name is matcher. I think this might be part of the issue. I mean, if the function is not, yeah, we need to debug it. If the function is not there at all, that would be another reason this is happening. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's make sure that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, cool. All right, so time to debug. Yeah, some of these are not matching when they should, I think. It actually is helpful to unwrite because the JSON diff is easier to read. Okay. Favor entry level. Yeah, this is bad. Not only did it's not like stuff just got removed, it's like the values changed. Favor entry level. Okay, so we're mismatching columns or something. Let's look at my column definition. And are they really all strings? If they're all strings, then what is the point, man? Was it like that in my old data? Yeah, it really was. Okay. It seems completely not needed. Okay. All right. Well, maybe it is helpful when I debug and it's an object. get column transformers. Let's log this out, and then I will start getting the debugger set up because I think I need it at this point. All right. So the match on that needs to change. It needs to be let's change that because there's some kind of like character misencoding the Udacity source here. It is important. Let's make sure that's not in the other stuff. Yeah, so how did I, it doesn't even have the question. Have you heard of the following course providers? So how did I even, I don't know. Two, three, four, five. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. I need that one to match exactly. Okay. pre-wrangle. The pre-wrangle might be necessary. Alright, so here's the order. They need to stay regular. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's make sure they're regular. Oh, look at that. Udacity, Udemy, Coursera, Pluralsight, and okay, so the order for that question seems regular. All right, so given that that order is regular, we can use that here. Udemy, Coursera, 3, Pluralsight, 4, Lynda, 5. All right. Okay, so that seems fine. Why is that is manager twice? Let's see what we're using. Is manager is unemployed, I believe it should be. So it's a generated column, so it should be kept. Let's make sure that's being respected. Employer. Yeah, okay, so the generated columns are not being respected. Survey monkey income. Prefer not to disclose. Well, here it is. It's just empty. Here it is. It's just empty. It should be booleanized. So one matter is retaining the field, the other matter is computing the field. So the field is retained, but it's not computed. It's unemployed as manager. Okay, so those are retained. All right, let's run this guy again. All right, so we're getting heard of Udacity, but it's not booleanized, all right? Industry is not picked up. Is that true? Yeah, we have, which of these industries matches your profession, dog? Okay. So it's there, and the field is retained, but it's miscomputed. Field is miscomputed. What about these ones that are not even retained? Favorite crypto. Well, it is retained. favor entry level, favor crypto, favor American. So those can just be an index problem, so that might be simpler. I'm really worried about the ones that aren't there at all. We got these heard ofs, and we know why that was because of the match failure. So I think these are just match failure. So is SurveyMonkey male? Is SurveyMonkey female? SurveyMonkey unreported gender. Now here, is SurveyMonkey income prefer not to disclose? And the stem as well. So this is the source. So is SurveyMonkey income prefer not to disclose? I'm not super annoyed by that vanishing because it's not in the source. So do we want it to force it to exist even if it's not in the source? I don't really need to force it to exist. Okay. But like, is manager is super critical. Manager and stem. Do you contribute to hiring and firing decisions at your company? This is how I know if you're a manager. Okay, so this is here. The matcher is here. Now this is a transient column. Yeah. So these, I might not be getting these transformers. Oh, matcher is an optional field anyway. You need to have a matcher unless you're a generated column. Okay. So this thing, it's like this thing vanished, right? Which it very well may have, because yeah, because we parse and stringify and we never reconnect the function. Jeez, it's so obvious. Okay, we parse and stringify and we never reconnect the function. We parse and stringify and we never reconnect the function. Yeah, I forgot what that function looks like. Okay, is it in the... Yeah, that makes sense. Way back in time. Way back in time. Okay, this little snippet right here. Okay. I think it can be done basically at any point. But it would be nice to do it before the reduce function. But we cannot. Alas, we cannot. If there is a function, yeah, and what if there's not? I should just be able to straight up assign it. Yeah. I reformatted a bunch of stuff. All right, reinstall the transformer function. Yeah, there's definitely a better way to do this, but this is pretty much the way to do it right now. We would have to force children to come after their parents, which we can't guarantee. Cool, very cool. Now, wrangle lib, yep, top, here, nothing wrong with that. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so now I got everything back. And I got my herd ofs. Got my herd ofs. Those guys are okay. They're Booleanized. But didn't this guy herd of Udacity? Didn't this guy herd of Udacity? That could be a data problem in my last study, by the way. Oh, okay, no. Wow. Whew. That was jacked up a minute ago there, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. What about Linda? Heard of Linda. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, we're missing one. Okay. I think this is just my own column transformation definition. It's wrong. Oh, and is unemployed. Is unemployed. Is that fixed up now? Is unemployed. Is unemployed. Is manager. All right, good. Interesting. It didn't seem to have any bearing. Yeah, I guess it really doesn't. It would only matter in the case if it got removed, which it didn't, because it had it's like a double safety. Yeah, okay, cool. Two, three, 4. My baby don't mess around. No, I'm just kidding. What else? Where's Linda? Oh, well, that's one reason. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry, Linda. Let's go back to wrangle, close others. Column def ts. Column transforms ts. Linda. I guess I could do an array of mattresses. Okay, that's something else for another time. That's mattress. Give matching column. this is good to go. Let's run it one more time. Didn't run build this time. Now my only concern is my new questions on personality and cognitive. So we can check, get a matcher for that. Oh, keep doing that. How do I even word the question? Whoa, oh, this is wrangled. Like, this is not the survey I administered. It's the post. Okay. Got Jason Bounce, they're looking good, right? Heard of Linda. I know you heard of Linda. Hey, man, have you heard of Linda? Hey, man. I ain't heard of Linda, man. Okay, cool. So this is this a fix or is this a new feature? Get column transformers. Nothing looks like it's a fix to me. Okay, so this will be a fix of cool. So that's all good. Next, what I need to do is personality stuff. Okay, so before the wrangling. Hey! To what degree has coronavirus impacted your life? Which race, ethnicity describes you? Do I have that? Cool. Okay. Loving it. Loving it. All right, so these are kind of like the old ones, and these are the new ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't care about that. Ethnicity best describes you. So we're gonna have to split this guy. Look at that! It's great. It's personality data. I love it. I know all your personalities, boy. Okay. Probably do this before the generated okay. Nope, didn't follow that rule. Is male, is female. Fine. Okie dokie. Let's take a simpler transform because I'm going to need to do a transform on the personality. Hey. What the da. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and that's a good validator because if you don't have 5 things in there and I need to trim it, you can tell. Ooh, you cheated, dog. I asked them to take the ocean survey, and they took the wrong one. How'd they even do that? This guy said like that. No. Nah. Like that, no, nah. Jeez, that shit's hilarious. Alright, so I need to compute like invalid responses. Great. Okay, so I need to compute invalid responses. Okay, but all right, so generated child matchers is invalid personality response. Oh, shit. Okay. How do you even spell this stuff? OCEAN, grit. Personality, grit. I'll consider being invalid part of their personality for my purposes. How would you describe your personality? Nailed it. Neuroticism. Not even gonna try. So one question is like the person who entered it, but they did spaces. Should I include them? There's only one of them, so we cannot extract a statistical pattern. So I'm going to lump them into the invalid group to jump the number of invalid samples. Because they didn't follow the instructions. It says, please take this quick free survey on grit and enter, oh, that's the wrong one. In a comma separated format, right? It's in the question. So technically their response meets the definition of invalid. Okay. Just make sure they're like the only one. It really only happened the one time. So I'm going to consider them invalid. Okay, so oh, grid is a different column. That's fine. Matcher. Just match it and then rewrite the name, right? Matcher, matcher, matcher. So grid is one of these simple guys. Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and the matcher for this group there is no output column name because it's a transient column. Because I'm going to consume it, yeah, so there's no output column name. Okay. So I'm going to take it, process it, and not output this column, transient column. And it's not an exact match. No. Okay. There is the matcher function. All right, so you are personality generated columns matcher. That's grit. What am I missing here? Personality, grit. To what degree has coronavirus impacted your life? Okay. This will be, I think, another simple. I think it's a simple field, yeah. We can do an exact match on it. Just call it COVID. Let's call it COVID. Yeah. Exact match. Okay. These are our new column definitions. But I need to fill out this function right here. O transformer prefer not to disclose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a way I could improve the typing, is the number of objects returned has to equal the number of generated children. All right, so is object data sign a deep clone? does not create a deep copy. It makes a shallow copy. So yeah, so it's really not any better than doing the destructuring. Syntax. Yeah, whatever. I'll leave it just because that's the existing pattern. Okay, so which transformer is this? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's just a lot. Yeah, I just got to write a lot of boilerplate. All right, got to do it. Yeah, there could be a way to hook that up more easily. Some better typing going on there. See if that just trashes everything really good. No? Yeah, seems to have been pretty compliant. Cool. Better typing for the win. So we know your string, your column transformer, the column definitions. Look at that. Cool. Okay, columns.find. Alright, we just gotta bite the bullet and do all 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Personality open is. Extroversion. Okay, cool. Okay, so. is better for now. Right. And how do we compute the value? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here is column transformer does not have value, huh? Right, hello, cell value. Duh. Okay, so cell value dot split dot map s. All right, cool. Why did it not have my spaces in there? This is wrangling, folks. Isn't that pretty? Okay, great. So the value here is going to be, so the first thing we ought to test is invalid. We should only have a value if it's not invalid. Okay. There's the not test. Okay. So if the length is less than 5, or it's not a number. I forget how to check that. Okay. test this real quick. Should have length 5. Okay. I think we're ready to run, and we should build this time. We should have the new data. Unable to compile expression or comma expected 494.5. 494.5. Okay. Yep. Sorry about that, guys. I need to end my array. Okay, cannot read split of undefined. Okay. Yep, this works. Nope, that doesn't work. That's not the logical check I want. Modify my order of operations. Cool. And I think these values should always be a string. I don't think it's cool if it's undefined. 1, 0. Yeah, I always return. It can be a number or a string, but I always return explicitly. Number or a string. Guess I might as well specify that, huh? Feels like a union type. Because it can be any. It's the intersection of any and this thing that has this property. I think this is just a type we haven't gotten to yet. Cell value. Transformed cell. I don't like the split view right now, right? Column transformers. So it's a function that returns a string observation rows content. Title line content observation rows. Okay, I get it. Like in a spreadsheet, there is a title line, and then there are the observation rows. Okay. I guess I'll leave it like that. That's fine. Column transformers is the important part. So one of the ways that I will prefer TypeScript to Hungarian for names is like you can have a concise name that's more intuitive. It may not be technically more, and actually it can be technically more correct. It can be less intuitive if you're not familiar with that type, but then you can just dive in. So this is type-based naming. You see this a lot in Java. It's like you just downcase you just camel case and then title case the model. Okay, so title content, right? Got that. Good, good, good. String, string. Column transformer. Okay. So now that I have kind of upped the typing, does it give me better insight into the transformed cells? No, I'm still in any. So we do know that you're a column transformer and you're an any. No, you cannot be an any. Yeah. So I think the transformed cells is just a transformers plus a value. That's what I'm going to go with. Column transformers, transformer function, yeah. And actually this is great because our transformer function does not return any anymore. It returns an array of transformed cells. Gotta love it. So we know what we're talking about. We get a quick view. Here we get a quick view into what we're talking about. Export interface, transformed cell. Transformed cell. This actually extends column transformer. And so the only difference is that you have a value, which is a number or string. And now we can go over to that function over there. Dang, you're supposed to jump me over there. Yep, and you return a series of transform cells instead of any's. And I think that accumulator is also transformed cells. Yeah, because it's this accumulator. Much better, much better. Okay, so now, did we break the world? All right, let's see if we broke the world. So these, right, it caught the, hey, I need a string or a number, and you're trying, there's a case where this could be false or undefined. Oh, you know what? Can I allow a Boolean? Let's check it out. No, cannot allow a Boolean. It should be Booleanized, which is to make a state of Boolean, a 0, 1. Type column definition and value number is not assignable to transform cell. It's not column definition and number. It's column transformer and number. Okay. See, this is where it'd be a union because it could be a transformer or a definition. Actually, yeah. What if I just say, hey, O transformer is not column definitions, it has to be a transformer. Dang, it's not detecting the overlap. Transformer manager. That's right. And in fact, they're not, yeah, they're not actually column definitions, they are column transformers. Okay, so I just mistyped that. Let's see if this fixes it. Dang, everyone got that happy that fast, huh? So the only person who is still pissed is the 1. Type Boolean is not assignable to string or number. Love it. So you know, now the machine knows what I was thinking, which is that these, it's a very simple change I need to do, but those are not actually quite valid. Okay. Make sure everybody's still happy. Column transforms will fix you. Otherwise, you're happy, everybody's happy. Column transformer, yep. Any. This is one more thing I need to fix. You can be smarter than that. Column transformer, we know what you are, right? Server responsible, even though you're string. Okay, so we're good. String, so value is a string. Transformer is a column transformer function. Love it. Your column transformer. Okay, so I could turn that to a const, but I don't know how much it matters. Come on, you're smarter than this TypeScript. Alright, that time you detected it. What if I do this? Do you still know what this is? No, you still don't know. Still don't know. Okay, I'll put you twice. Hey there. Thank you so much. Steak and eggs, man. I love it. time you know. Now get these transforms, and now we sort the columns. And that's a string or a number, okay? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. We do decompose it all the way down to the value. So it's an array of strings and numbers. Is the transform cells at the end of the day is all it is. And this is for one row, I believe. And is that really okay? Yeah, works just fine. So we could force it all to be strings, but this works just as well. So then this is one row. We do that for each of them, and then it's yeah, cool. So that's typed out. Let's make this dude happy, and then we're done. We should just booleanize. Booleanize cell value. Is invalid. This is not really the case for booleanize, actually. It's just this. Transformer is invalid. Yeah, that works. Nice. Booleanize column, booleanize cell. Boolean-ish. So Boolean-ish. So that's like using false u, right? Okay, so Booleanized cell, Booleanized column. So Booleanized cell, we're good to go now. We accept a Boolean into there. And spit out with transform cell with a value of 0 and 1. Transform cell with a value of 0 and 1. Yep. And now all the other guys should be called Booleanized column. Cell, Booleanized column. So what did we do this go around? We wrangled coronavirus and personality, right? Didn't we? Wrangled coronavirus and personality. Then we improved types. We created Booleanized. How do you even spell that guy? Booleanized cell and Booleanized column. Oh, looks good to me. Cool. Of course. Cool, so we pushed all that. Now, we're going on 5 hours here. I think in the next 10 minutes I'm going to take a break. We'll do 5-hour chunks. I don't know if I'll do another 5-hour chunk, but I will do more coding of this later. Make sure nobody chatted on the thing. Of course not. Okay. Oh, I'm buffering. Sorry about that. Okay. Someone's calling me. I'll ignore that. So we need an npm run build. And I would like to see my new JSON files that include coronavirus information. Cannot read property 0 of undefined. Where are we at? 395.59. 395.59. Huh. What do you mean can't read 0? I think some of these numbers get jacked up. Wrangler 160.55. Okay, so we got a transform cell in here that somehow got undefined in here. What's a diff? You tell me there's a diff. Oh, okay, you're just lying to me. Okay. Instead of looking at the line number, let's look at the stack trace. Qualitatively. Column transforms. TS 395.59. Array reduce. 160.50. Inside of a map, inside of this function, inside of this function. Okay, so we wrangle the CSV. We get the transform CSV content. Yep. Then the problem is occurring here. Transform CSV content when we try to get observation rows content. Okay. Yep, observation, and this is what we just messed with, so no wonder. So then we mapped it right? And somewhere we're trying to read 0 out of undefined. Why did we do that? That's silly. Why would we do something like that? Oh, jeez. Shout out to the shop, dude. In a transformer function. Get color transformers, nope. So there's only one transformer function block inside of observation rows. Observation rows? Observation rows, map, reduce, this guy. Observation rows, map. There's a couple maps. There's only one reduce inside of a map. Yep, so this is the problem. This code right here is the problem, and it's not going to be that initializer, so it's going to be somewhere in here. Bam! So somewhere in here, we are trying to read 0 off of undefined. Oh, actually, it tells me it narrows it down even more. It's not just the map. Yeah, it's not just the map reduce. It is one of the transformers. Reduce. So it's in here. So if I comment this block, I should see no errors. So that's one test. Just make sure I know what I'm doing, which I believe so. So I think it's that commented block is I was in trouble. No problems that time, right? Got a bunch of data missing, I bet. Yeah. So all of our calculated rows are being stripped out, but that's okay. Because this was just for debugging purposes. All right, let's revert all this. Goodbye. Discard all those changes. They were not real changes. All right, so it's a transformer function, that's all. So there's no primitive interrogation here. There's no property interrogation. There's nowhere except right here where we're even reading a property value. And we know this is a function. So there's no way it can be trying to read 0 because it's a function, it's not a number. So issue is not even in this file. It's in one of the invocations. One of the invocations. We need to go back over to our column transforms. So it's one of these guys. And of course our first suspect is going to be the one that we just wrote recently, right? So that was the personality. So it's quite possible. Oh, transformer. Yep. That's okay. So it's quite possible that we're trying to read 0 here somewhere. But 0 off of undefined could be this. Let's do this, and then we will have narrowed down which function it is. There's not even a diff, is there? See you later, get. Just cause a temporary diff. Refresh. Personality and yeah, those came through. Okay, look at that. The grit is working and the coronavirus is working. Ugh, coronavirus is working. I need to rephrase that, huh? Well, I guess these. I don't know why it's persisting the diff. Anyway, so yeah, so there's no error now, so it's these guys. Let's see if it is our friend Booleanize. Hopefully we can rule that out pretty quick. I think it's right up here, but I'm leaving that for last. I want to eliminate all the other candidates. It's kind of like test-driven development, right? You might think you know the right answer, but you start by making it fail, and then the failure goes away, and you know you killed it. So there is a big problem right here. Openness. Somehow this Booleanizer is populating a field called openness, so that's incorrect. So yeah, if the offhand I don't really know what happened, but if the if they flipped somehow, that would explain it. Oh, it might just be because it's the first in order now. Okay. So under that theory, this would now also pollute openness. That's kind of hard to tell, isn't it? Okay. I think it's weird. There's not a single case where it turns to 1. Okay, yes, there is. There we go. So that invalid, it's just relatively rare, which is what we expect of invalid. Invalid is relatively rare. Okay. So I think this guy, when I do it this way, is being interpreted as the personality openness. So let's enable all of them. How can you tell me you're reading 0 out of undefined when it's not invalid? When it is invalid, I hear you. Could just be not short circuiting properly. Oh, that 0 could be the issue. Yeah, maybe this 0 is just fine, but this 0 is the issue. Let's see, I short-circuited over here. I've said, you know parse personality exists. Oh, not invalid. So if this is undefined, then not invalid is true. Yeah, I did this exactly wrong. I want this to exist. So it's invalid if you don't exist, or if you do exist but you're screwed up. So it's invalid if you don't exist, or you know what, I can use an array test. That'll be easier. So if you're not an array, this can be like okay. So if you're not an array, you're invalid. Now I know you're an array, so I feel free to check your length, openness, conscientious, extroverted, equals neuroticism. I need 5, so if you're less than 5, oh, you know what? You're not exactly 5. That's a problem. I don't want you to be 6 either. Okay? And then, what if you are an array and you're exactly 5 elements, but if these elements are not numbers, that's a problem. What is that radius? I forgot. Oh, I need a parse float. Four. Okay, so let the parse float. So let's check all of them instead of just testing the first one. So I'm going to assume that you are invalid. No, it's not the right way to do it. Okay, so I need to let. Should be a string. Some kind of light's going off. That's weird. So I could possibly do that as a reduce function, but I'm gonna let it ride. Because otherwise I'd have to put false into the initializer, which would be logically equivalent to assuming that the record is valid, which I don't want to do. So I'll go ahead and run this, and then I'll think through it one more time. So now what I'm saying is, whoa, yeah, that died real quick, didn't it? Okay, so if it's not invalid already, right? If it is invalid, I don't even want to do this. If it's not invalid already, let's give it another chance to be invalid. But if it is invalid, let's not even test it. Okay. Okay, so let's think through it. So what I do first is I split by comma, and then I got all the, and then we know people put a lot of spaces in there, so I trim it. Then I'll ask, do I have an array now? If I do, is it exactly 5? Okay. So now I have confirmed that I have an array with exactly 5 records. So now that I got an array with exactly 5 records, I want to make sure each of those records is parsable to a float. So it's a string that will parse to a float. Sounds like what I want to me. It beats the empty test, it beats the fuck test. The guy who said fuck in there. And we made it through with no errors. Look at that. So let's refresh over here and inspect this. Now we got personality. We've parsed them. Openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism is invalid. These are turning to false, huh? No, I don't like that. Why is that not caught by TypeScript? You know I have this function, so I need to return. You know value has to be a string. Man, TypeScript, you let me down again. All right. TypeScript is not as safe as people think it is. That's better. If you're invalid, I shouldn't have your observation at all. If you're invalid, I shouldn't have your observation at all. Perfect. This is a fix, isn't it? It's not a feature. Yep. Awesome. All right. With that, I will be taking a break. Well, let me make sure, is anybody actually watching?